Alright. Hello. Hello everyone, my name's Gabe, and welcome back to more Final Fantasy 16. Last time we had the most epic fight ever against Titan. And today, for as much as I can record, considering this is the last day before I leave to go on a vacation, we're gonna just play as much as we can. One thing I immediately want to start by doing is I want to go back and do the side quest of back here of Dalamil, because I didn't actually do these, and I want to do them. You know, I should have checked if there were actually side quests at the hut. Now that I think about it, was there side quests at the hut? Okay, there weren't. And I think for allies, I just have me and Torgal. Torgal? Yeah, just me and Torgal. And he's a Vanguardier. And he's got a new section, the Blood of Fenrir. Millennial Decay. Oh, that's sick. You can even change his image. Launches several elementally charged orbs at a single distant target. Conjures healing aura to men and nearby allies. Howling Moon. Projects Torgal immediately in front of an enemy, causing damage-dealing shockwave. Smite of Rage. Trigger multiple explosions in front of Torgal, lifting all enemies caught in the blast into the air. And Banish. Concentrate a moon's light on an enemy, forcing it to the ground. He's a good boy. What else? What else? I've been using Titan's Block. Part of me feels like I should get, like, either Pile Drive or Thunderstorm mastered so I can use them, because they're pretty fun. Trying to see here. I quite like you. I don't know if this will be of good use, but let's put this on... I can put this on Garuda. And then, as a result, I don't need you to be mastered. Meaning I get a few extra points. You know what? Sure. Upgrade will increase roll duration. Let's have some fun with it, shall we? This might not work, but you know what? I'm willing to give it a shot. Do that. Upheaval, blah blah blahs. I got some for Aerial Blast. Reduce it by 11 seconds. That's not bad. Alright, I really gotta get rid of this. I know I like having it, but I really gotta get rid of this. I shouldn't be relying on experience gain. I don't know why I've been relying on it. I don't know if this is good, this ignition thing. I mean, it feels like it's working, maybe. I don't know. 15% is 15%, right? I'm trying to see here, though. Is that... Yeah, I think I can work with that. Alright. My carpets! You there.
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
Stuff.
Question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
Yeah.
Blacksmith or something?
Friend.
I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time.
Okay.
Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
Okay.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
Alright, so we need metal that doesn't dull quick. Something that'll stay usable for a long time, hopefully.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
You there. Need help?
All those years of toil, every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
What?
You all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be.
What?
On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalimil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place.
All right.
I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right. Sounds all right to me.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way.
Sounds
These
good.
baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
Hot water. All right. I'll get your quest done, buddy. Isn't there one? There's one more.
Did the constables test you properly?
It says there's another quest nearby. Hello, quest.
Silver platters.
Quest?
In Castle Dasmore.
It's not telling me either.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
No. I want answers. I want info. Maybe over here?
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you?
It's not a toy. Alright, I'm now starting to get very confused. Where the heck is this guy that's... Where does it say... I'm gonna end up walking over here and it's gonna tell me go backwards.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
Yes, they're quite
Yep,
sought
okay.
after. Lord Cook.
Well, if it's not downstairs, then it's probably upstairs. There is a way to get upstairs, so... Let me try that. But yeah, this is probably gonna be one of the last recordings I make before I head out on my vacation. So you'll know when this is recorded. But... Oh, what's this? Just one prick and your little sparrow will sing. Cactuar needles.
I need to drink.
I need a drink. Okay, this is starting to get concerning. Where the heck is this? I'm about as blind as a bat. I swear to God.
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Knives.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt.
Okay.
Knife snaps every time you use it. You'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
So something strong.
Man after my own heart.
Something strong. Got it.
A carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Alright. I mean, I guess you gotta know the basics first, right?
Oh, where did all the men of the world go?
Fresh bread, warm
Now, as to
from
what
the
it means
most
for the spirit of
fragrant
Demille
herbs.
or whatever,
It's have pride of place.
I don't know.
Master Lubo says Drake's... I hear you've been busy. Try not to die.
Sorry.
So, how'd it go?
Usual.
You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalimil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light.
Is it a
Too
metal?
heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalimil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
Yeah?
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
How much time you got?
Agreed. Lubo wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light.
Can't both.
Meaning someone is going to be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
Anybody?
The other apprentices know better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to. A merchant, a favorite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
Alright. Guess I'm following that man. I thought you... Okay, apparently we're going this way. Oh, this is gonna be next to that fallen ruin, isn't it? Oh, you know what that means. Alright. See you, Ambrosia. Whoopsie. I hope I didn't scare you. Huh.
Any
Hi.
luck? Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
How much?
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash.
Orcs?
Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use.
Yeah.
You would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose.
Limestone.
Folk first settled Dalamil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody
Alright.
hell. That must be it!
You think it can work
Don't suppose
limestone?
you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
That'll do.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
Alright, I'm on it.
Stone. Fine. I can hardly abandon you now. Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I'm curious.
I can't thank you enough, Clive.
Not a problem.
I've no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Right you are. I'll see you shortly.
See you then, buddy.
So, do you crush it up, or just...
Alright, so it looks like we're headed over to... It looks like we're headed over to the direction of the other quest as well. We can probably knock out two birds with one stone. Just not this bird, please not. There's something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, there was another game that I was thinking I might play through when I get back. Of course, I still gotta finish Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Don't worry, it's not gonna be like before where I like stopped like a couple episodes in. That's not happening. It's just, again, I had to stop recordings of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 because, well, A, college, and B,
I can walk from here.
A, college, and B, going to see family. So, but once the 9th rolls around, we'll get back to that. That being said, there is a second game that I think I'm going to want to try playing on stream that I completely forgot about because they did a terrible job for some reason with advertising it, feels like, until recently. Which is, I can't remember the exact name, but it's that Raincode game. They showed it off in a Nintendo Switch trailer once. And it's like some sort of detective game. It's made by the same guys who made the Danganronpa series, I'm pretty sure, so... Oh. I mean, that alone can be told simply by the game's looks. But I've always liked little detective games, and I think there's even RPG elements to this one. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think I remember seeing something like that in a trailer. And it's caught my interest ever since I saw it, so I think I'm gonna probably play through that game, assuming that hopefully it's good. I mean, it looks pretty cool. It'll probably be very weird, but...
Let's go.
Hey, that's never stopped me from playing a game, has it? Whilst we're over here, let's first deal with these, the hot water one, which I can already tell what the problem is. What is happening over... Yeah,
Thanks, girl.
Can I jump from over here? No. I have to walk all the way over, then. Probably should have just stayed on Ambrosia. But, yeah, I think I want to try and play that Rain Code game. I'll have to take more look at it. Like, again, I don't know if I will, but... At the moment, it seems interesting enough to where if I just look up a few more things to see how it's doing, then probably I'll play through it. I always like detective games, and the Danganronpa stuff always seems cool. I've always also wanted to play through that. I've seen some of the stuff. I've seen like a lot of like the big things from Danganronpa, but I've always wanted to play through it, so wouldn't hurt.
By the flames.
Anyways,
That explains the heat.
oh my lord, there are too many bath bombs. Crush. Ow. There we go. And into the fire. Punch. Old Faithful. Ooh. Crush. Coronation. How about this? See ya. Oh, not good. Crush. Miss. Gotcha. Huh. Enemy slain? Well, hopefully that'll solve that bath problem. Let's head back.
Things down a bit. Let's hope
But yeah, those are more games though that I was mentioning that I would like to play through. Essentially the Danganronpa series, and maybe even that Rain Code game. Anyways, you there? I got your limestone. Sorry it's been a while.
how much you'd need.
I just got you a bunch.
Hope this is enough.
Here you go. 3 pieces of limestone. Boop.
You are one of the good ones, you know that.
Thank you.
You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one.
Oh, that's nice.
Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for.
Here's hoping it is for you. Alright.
That'll do, I reckon.
It's a bit of a rustic...
A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
Bit of an old
It's a
look to it.
fine-looking blade.
I like it.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
Let's see if I got you fired, buddy.
Sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
So yes.
like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that?
Me.
The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn?
Me.
Dalimil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number 1 in any business, Sava: know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable. But only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
Hey.
Well, thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
Good question.
I do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If
Oh.
it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
You can't make an all-purpose one. Just make something for it.
Master, all right.
Make one for every occasion.
Preparations are in order.
Nice.
Couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalimil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all.
Hey, still worked.
Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
It was
You
fun.
passed your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And
When I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
I look forward to it. Make me a pretty one. Carving out a niche. A goblin coin. There's that guy's problem dealt with.
My carpets have
Take a sniff.
My carpets. My carpets. Anyways, I fixed your bath issue.
Made from the stoutest. There he is. Won't you, Matt? I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
About that,
Glad to hear it.
you should probably get some guards or something.
Tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Living bombs.
Expected, that's for certain.
Living bombs. So, maybe get some guards there or something.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something due to worry about.
You're lucky it's not
But I've
liquid.
burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks.
Thanks.
Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
Hope it goes good. Quest complete. Hot water. Very nice. And another Inferno thing. It reduces cooldown by 2.2 seconds. And some Scarletite. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Alright. Now I think we can head back on over to, whoops, wrong button. There's no side quest open, right? It doesn't look like it. Let's head on back over to the hideaway. I wonder what the Scarletite... Can I make something with Scarletite? I feel like I remember seeing Scarletite being an ingredient for something. I don't know if that's true or not, but I feel like I remember it. Let me check. Hello, Goots. Blackthorn.
Back, are ya?
Eh.
What's Sancfordian, dear?
Nothing better by the looks of it. I don't know if I want to make another enhancer. There doesn't seem to be any reason to make another enhancer. Unless, like, the only reason I can see to make another enhancer is if, like, maybe there's something I can craft later down the line that requires 2 enhancers to make. But, as far as I know, that is... I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. Anyways, let's get back to story. Yeah, I wonder who the next icon left. So who does that leave? Who does that leave with us without? The icons we don't have are we don't have Bahamut, we don't have Odin, and is there another one I'm missing? I mean, technically speaking, there's Fenrir and Shiva, but I don't know if we'll get those because I don't know how that would work against Jill and Torgal. Plus, Torgal's is not explicitly a icon. It's technically, but it's weird, I think.
Today, Clive. Is everything we've received and
Safe
everything
passage.
promised?
Not long ago, I was accosted by footpads as I walked the gilded path, and would have perished alone in the desert had not the curse breakers come to my aid. I owe them my life. May this token serve them well. What's this do? Oh, it doesn't tell me. That's cool.
Here you are. All done?
Let me look at what that does. Do. Increases combo damage. Okay. Otto, what's our next plan of action?
Dan, since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something? Just spreading the word.
What now?
So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
Only human.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Yeah.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him. You're right. I should. And I will.
Visit their graves.
When you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's
Aw.
been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave. Very well. I'll suggest it.
Alright. And a new quest is available. Huh.
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
Let's take a look at the list. So there's one in the Holy... There's one in Simbrique. And one back in Dalmekia. Use your loaf and for great justice. Oh, you can actually travel to them from here. Interesting. Let's do this one. I do like that you can just immediately travel to them. That's cool.
Good day to you.
Over here. It's been a while since we've been in Lost Wing, it feels like. But it seems like this place is doing just as well as ever. I'm glad, at least. Be sad if anything bad happened to this place. Quentin!
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
What's up, buddy?
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village.
Oh?
Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous.
They're safe.
Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Sure. Of course.
Of course.
Excellent.
I don't want anything happening here.
You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
Betty Val.
I will.
For great justice. All right.
Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
Maybe bandits, maybe black shields or whatever. You there? You all right?
You alright, Sid? Something on your mind?
There is actually. Can I ask you something? Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out in the woods. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Oh, that. No, sorry, can't help you. I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but none of them has seen anything either.
All right. Thanks anyway.
Take care. All right. Well, that's one sign of potentially something of it just being nerves.
Crystals we get from the tailor all
But let's hear what the other two have to say first before we make any decisions. I gotta say though, going back to the whole the game telling me about quest things, I love that. I'll continue in a second. Hello there.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Oh.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass.
Alright.
I was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see.
Alright.
Look into it. Thank you.
Well, that definitely seems strange. Well, I actually don't have to look for anything else.
This is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
Come on, boy. I'm actually surprised we don't have to go to the third person. Alright. Hey, I mean, if it works, it works. So, someone back here is making a mechanical screeching sword sound. Like a sword against metal or whatever. What have we got back here? Hello? Torgal?
You there?
Fuck!
Yep.
Seen us.
It's Black Shields.
Get them before they escape.
I had a feeling it would be Black Shields.
Here.
I'm glad I checked it then. Burn.
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
Blast! Here come more. Punch! Oh, no, you don't. Get over here. Burn. See ya! Bastards.
Why were they here? Are they planning an attack on Lostwing? I need to warn Quentin.
Oh boy. It makes sense that it would be only a matter of time before they attacked Lostwing. Honestly, it's kind of surprising that it hasn't happened till now. But hey, at least we were here to stop it from happening. Let's get back to Quentin. Quentin, I think you need to do something.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black Shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
What are you gonna do?
Sorry, you're going to need to explain.
Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Eh?
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it.
Oh.
And fight it I did, in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
Oh.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport.
Oh.
I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered.
God.
He faced no punishment whatsoever.
The hell?
I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him and slit their throats myself.
God.
The man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own.
And that's what Lostwing
I
is?
came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They
Oh.
too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunt.
I was worried you were forcing them.
Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
You need backup?
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first.
How about I help? Quentin.
My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Quentin. Quest complete. I'd be willing to help.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Yeah. I just hope he knows what he's doing. Realizes what kind of trouble exactly it is that he's putting himself in. Alright, next up to Dalimil. We were literally just here. And yet we're already back. Right. You there!
Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
You alright? Hi, friend.
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
I'll see.
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Alright. Use your loaf. travel to the jaw. Seems like it's just faster to go there. Ambrosia! Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Is that... Who are you? Are you an enemy? You look like an enemy. Wait a minute! You're what I think you are, aren't you? You are. The Nine of Knives. Alright. Not exactly what I expected to get into, but you know what? I'm ready. I'm not ready. I'm not exactly ready, I don't think.
Feast on your flesh. Your feasting days are over.
Lightning! Gotta be careful. I'm worried one hit and I'm dead. Wrong button. Shoot, I thought I was on Torgal for some reason. Nope. Lightning! Down! Come on! Punch! Gotcha! Blast! Crush! Undermine. Come on. Thank you, Torgal. Lightning.
Nice try.
Missed out on the opportunity, I forgot. Dodge. Out of the way. Shoot! Ah! No! Don't you dare! Here it comes! Notorious Mark slain. Ah. 5,000 experience, jeez of Pete's. Gladly. Level 33? Ah, good
Those who
riddance.
kill for sport deserve no better.
Huh. Well, that was fun. Just doing that dance back and forth. Huh. If a bit stressful. Is this not... Oh, I gotta go. I keep thinking it's like what game is it that I'm thinking that you can do that, or you can do the dash and then hold it to continue running? There's a game that I'm thinking of. Hey, buddy. You alright? What's wrong? Is it about the fang?
Excuse me. What do you want?
Hey.
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I?
What's wrong?
Not a baker. Master must rue the day he took me in.
No, he don't.
Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Admittedly, I'm not the best with answering these, but I don't remember the good times.
Try to remember the good times. Do that, and the Mother Crystal will be with you no matter where you are.
It's always with you.
Bakery! What a fool I've been. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You've opened my eyes.
Keep it in your heart.
Right away. Farewell.
Oh, you're welcome, buddy.
Wait.
Do you need help? Wait. Okay.
Suppose you'll be needing an escort then.
I was about to say, should I help? But let's... I mean, if he could make it all the way out here by himself A-okay, then surely he can make it all the way back by himself A-okay, right? I mean, he didn't have so much as a scratch on him.
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Is he back?
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold
Ooh.
the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
Ooh.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself.
Looks yummy.
Her steeple peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something.
All right.
Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands.
There you go.
I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
I'm just happy to help. Quest complete. Use your loaf. And a goblin coin. Whoop. Oh, I thought that was a chest for some reason. Then again, that wouldn't make sense, would it? Or rather, it would make no sense for me to have not noticed it if it was a chest. But thankfully, it's... Well, you get the point. Anyways.
It's
Now we gotta go tell... I guess the rest, gotta go to the place where... Where are their graves, actually? Also, I should probably look at this. Nectar, what are we looking at? Holy crap, there's a lot. This one I've already seen. A hill to die on. Among Republican merchants, reports abound of caravans being crushed by a black boulder, a creature indeterminate in nature but quite decided in size, strength, and spite. He or she who took it upon themselves to seek out and slay this black mass would earn the eternal gratitude of not only the desert traders, but of the Cursebreakers who risk life and limb with every trip to the Velcroy. Soul Stingers. A swarm of vicious Vilekin has of late made a nest near an abandoned village near the fields of Korava. And as the hive has grown, so too has its hunger. Already the stripped corpses of great beasts have been sighted in its vicinity. Should the Vilekin be left to their own devices, the nearby settlement shall surely be reduced to naught but a collection of bleached bones within 12 moon. Grimalkin. Just off the Sickle, the road that leads from Dalimil to the Jaw lies a dead-end canyon into which travelers moving at night are wont to stray, providing a constant supply of sustenance for a feline most foul. With the daytime desert heat ever its own threat to life, and merchants ever mindful not to waste their last shards of crystals on the lighting of lamps, only the monster's demise might save them. And the Breaker of Worlds. Urgent notice to all Cursebreakers. Due to the discovery of a fallen giant in the Rosarian ruins we have lately been investigating, all work in the region is to be halted with immediate effect, and all members are to proceed no further than the village gate, lest the echo should be awakened by our presence. No further action may be taken without Sid's express permission. This is the first S-rank one. Interesting. That sounds awfully terrifying. It seems to be somewhere near Rosaria. Interesting. Maybe I'll go check that out, but first, let's go talk with Mid and see, Sid. Mid!
I think Mid might need some help.
Do you know the news of Kupka? The guy who, like, aged your father? Hey.
Alright, Clive? What do you want?
To come with me.
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now.
It's your dad.
I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Please.
Thermal...
displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise.
Enterprise?
Me
Ooh.
and my dad designed it together.
Oh.
Other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water. Ours is fitted with mithril engines.
Ooh.
Those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I
Okay.
may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva.
Okay.
But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. The
Alright.
thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Why not take a little break?
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts making. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine.
Okay.
The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air.
Okay.
And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
Got it.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Yeah.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it.
Sounds
Got
good.
the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
Sounds good.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
But I wanna... Thermal plating designs. Alright, Blackthorn, I got some, oddities for you to look at, I guess. Kid. I just started reading books that have no pictures in it. Why do I feel like that was me once upon a time? I guarantee that was me once upon a time. Let me check something real quick. Alright, apologies. I was looking at something.
Give some greens to the chocolate.
Blackthorn!
Blackthorn, can I ask a favour?
No.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache.
Yeah.
Come on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Can you understand this?
Krieger's teats.
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help.
Alright, what you need?
Get Gavin Otto in here, will you?
Alright.
Right.
What exactly would we be using this ship for anyways? It sounds helpful, but I don't know what we need it for.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, hasn't she? Typical.
It might help.
If that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
No.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual saw grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it.
Ooh.
As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
Letting off steam 1. Yeah.
You got which one of these two lucky?
Oh, Gav, you're with me.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Alright.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
Sounds good.
All right. I'll meet you by the river. While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Alrighty. Alright, back to Dalamil. Here we go! And we're here. Gotta go this way. So how much of this stuff we talking? Like, I don't think Blackthorn explicitly stated how much of this stuff do we need.
Looks like I found the river. Where's Gav?
Black sand. Gav!
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can.
Alright.
Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Alright. Should be pretty easy.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
Yeah. Alright. Let's get to grabbing. Gather stardust. Lizards. Here we are. I'll take that.
So this is stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Stardust. I'll have that. Do I have to go further up for it? Where are you? Actually, where the heck is it? Ah, here we are. Here we go. Should be one more somewhere. It's just a matter of where. Because, I'm... Okay, I was about to say, I'm slightly worried because it's going to be like, it's going to be one single collection point and I'm never going to be able to find it. That always happens.
Let's see how Gav's getting on.
Oh, there's actually an item here too. 3 desert roses. Gav. Holy sand.
You finished? How much did you get?
I don't know if I got as much as you.
I hope.
Here. Sand.
You win.
Really?
That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
Sure. What's up? You alright, Gav? What's the matter, man?
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
Yeah?
It does, doesn't it?
What do you need?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
Yeah?
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you.
Aw. How sweet. Alright. I guess it's time we get back to,
Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day.
Yep.
We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
Has he done that?
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me.
Alright.
After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
See you, Gav.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
No. Good boy. Alright, let's head back. This is a hideaway! Ah.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs.
Blackthorn. Hey, Torgal.
I heard what you told Nan about Kupka. Hopefully all our old friends can rest easy now.
No. So, is this enough black sand for you to work?
Blackthorn. Got everything you need.
All right.
Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often.
Eh.
Or beats sneaking around on your tud all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Quest complete. Letting off steam 1. Got a lot of points for that too.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Yeah.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Thanks, guys. All right, let's get back to Mid.
He cracked the crystal too.
I'm starting to wonder how many of these side quests are there where I have to go and help Mid, because that definitely said 1, so I'm half expecting to be at least 3 for each part. Greens to the Chocobo. You think we can bring Ambrosia here to the hideaway? I mean, there's not really anything for them to do here. Nor space, mind.
Editors started reading books that don't
Actually, maybe we shouldn't bring Ambrosia here. That sounds awful. Mid, got your stuff done.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
What's next?
What's next?
The helm, of course.
All right.
For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins. I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need.
Well, ain't that convenient?
What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Hey, hey. What's the name? Imagine her name was actually what's the name.
Sid, is this about the
I
helm?
swear to God.
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
With what's her name?
I'll show you the plans then.
All right.
Here you see the Mithril engine, in which Mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force.
Okay.
Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode.
I don't want to
This is where the helm
explode.
comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And
Okay.
not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect
Ooh.
material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
Okay.
I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing.
That's easy enough.
The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there.
I'll be back.
It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
All right.
Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Sounds good. Letting off steam too. All right. Let's go ahead and head on over. Shalleth we? To Lostwing.
I'll be taking you all to a store.
What the heck's going on here?
Leave anything you don't need behind.
Wow, that's weird. I guess they really were preparing for her. I just wasn't expecting to come back and this whole place was a completely different mood. They're all gathered up together now, preparing to fight back, I guess. Still wish I could help. I don't want them to risk it without our help. I mean, besides, we could easily beat them. We've got the powers of what? Ifrit, Phoenix, Ramu, Garuda, and Titan now? And if you want to get technical about it, we even have Shiva and Fenrir. So, we got a lot of power here. We even have the power of Chocobos! Run! What if I run over an enemy? Okay, you can't. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought, like, hey, can I run over you? Alright, here we are. So what kind of monster exactly is it that we're fighting here? You're right.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Alright.
Of course. I'll be right back.
Let's see what we're dealing with here. Come out, wherever you are. Hello?
Anybody home?
Hello? Eh, Gargle. Oh, it's this thing.
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
It's Mr. Eyeball. Ow. Ow, I did not even try and dodge that.
Nice try.
Down. Garuda! Robo! Crush! Where'd you go? Quake.
Nice try.
Come on! Thank you, Tortle. Down. Punch! Oh. Hate those things. All right, all good.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Yeah.
Sid! Oh,
Thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Quest complete. Letting off steam too. Eye of the Warrior. Strength tonic duration by 10 seconds. Alright. Alright. Only one more piece down. Let's go see. Let's go take a. Let's go say hi to Mid. Come on, Torgal. Let's go tell him the good news. We're back. Stop yelling. Actually, while I'm here, you got any rewards? Some ability points. Many claim you wish to change the world. Few actually take it upon themselves to do so. You are an inspiration to us all.
All yours.
Thanks for the stuff. That's a lot of points, actually, now I think about it. What to upgrade, though? Extends precise execution window. Kind of like this. Roll and duration. Be pretty good. Let's keep them up. Let's keep the points for now, and then I'll spend them later. When I feel I got a better usage for them. Alright, Mid. We got 1 part, we got 2 part, we just need 3 part. So, where are you sending me to now? Mid.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Remember her name.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just 1 remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How come?
So,
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze.
Okay.
Which is why you need proper shielding. A prism for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge,
Tomes.
I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Alright. Thermal shielding designs. Of all the people to help work on the ship, Tomes is not the one I would have thought.
Editors started reading books that don't have any.
Tomes is probably the last person I would have expected for help on this, but I guess we do need help on finding specific things, and if anyone's gonna know a lot of stuff, it's gonna be him. Alright, old man. I don't think you can hear me from here, but get your books ready.
Let's give some breeze.
I'm coming. Still wish I could somewhat dash through here.
Thanks to Sid.
Alright, I'm here. Harpocrates.
Harpocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
Good.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
shielding for a mithril engine? Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
Eh?
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike.
Yeah?
And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch.
Pitch?
I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moondew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames.
Ooh.
Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
Okay.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelisk might be of assistance.
Yeah.
I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends.
Sounds good.
Knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Harpocrates.
All right.
If you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
Are we gonna ask the two we know? Oh no, it's Jill and Tarja. Tarja. Hello.
So you need a hand, do you?
Kinda.
I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always.
Sounds good.
Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Letting off steam 3.
So, Clive, who will accompany you on your little excursion?
I feel like I should let Jill rest more, but I feel like it's only the right choice. Jill, you're with me.
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts.
What?
Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited. Effects for which they were once highly prized.
Okay.
So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moondews having fallen from favor.
Oh.
Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
Sounds good.
Well, until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
To Northreach. This one seems like it'll be pretty easy, just like the one with Gav, at least. Here we go! I'm not gonna skip it this time.
No. Where's Jill?
Where is Jill?
There's talk that the Glassgate flood has
I should probably go the right way, you know?
keep them pilgers nice and chilled.
Jill!
Are those Pepio nuts?
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
Alright.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Alright. Pepio nuts and garlic. It's quite curious just how... yeah, they mentioned how it's just mundane ingredients.
But you're free to look. I hope it's to your liking. Good day.
You actually have to shop from. Weird. You there.
Oi, don't touch anything,
Give me a potion.
if that's what you want.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
All anyone ever wants.
Jill, have you got the stuff?
Here since sunrise and not a single bottle sold. Did you find everything?
Yeah.
I did. Here.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Hopefully it's enough.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool.
We're going to die.
But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
Sure. I figured this was going to happen considering what happened with Gav. How pretty.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once.
Yeah.
Being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Is there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread.
Bread. Don't let Torgal eat it.
Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh,
You all right?
sorry.
It's alright.
It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you.
Good. It's always nice to have those wholesome moments.
Clive,
Yeah?
is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No. Heck?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we
Yeah.
can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
Aw. How sweet.
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Sound good?
I will. You too.
One thing that I've actually been curious about that I think about it, it mentioned how it seems like it sounded like maybe that Jill might be going through the same curse breaker like the same crystal curse or whatever, that the stone curse or whatever, from using her powers too much. I mean, we saw what happened to Hugo. He used so much power that he turned into
How Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
nothing but stone. But one thing I'm curious about is, what about Clive? Clive hasn't seemingly shown any signs of that. I wonder if it has anything to do with his whole being mythos thing or whatever. Hippocrates.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance.
Good.
I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
All right.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
All right.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Ooh.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course.
All right.
Oh, and Clive.
Jill?
Thank you. It was nice just being with you.
Not problem.
It appears our work here is almost at an end.
Yeah.
A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once.
Aw.
When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other.
Sounds good.
Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course.
Sounds good.
Someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
I'll do it.
To me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
I don't want her blowing up. Quest complete. Letting off Steam 3. And that should be a level up even, right? Yeah! Level 34.
Well,
Alright.
we better go and give Mid the good news then.
Mid, I got all your parts. Now you have to do what you promised me. I will be dragging you to see its grave. You promised. Come here. But I gotta get this thing done first. No. You promised 3 parts. I swear, it feels like that's gonna be what happens, like... actually, there's a 4th thing. No.
Editors
Don't try
started
it.
reading books that don't have any pictures.
Go see your father.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Yeah.
Right then, let's start working out how to bolt all these bits together.
To
the Black Hammer.
No! Get back here!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Are you complaining?
Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
Alright. Need some help?
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
Oh boy. What exactly are we making here? Sometime later. Ooh. This it? Ooh. Why did we build it here when we're supposed to be building it out in the ocean? Aren't we gonna have to carry this? I can't summon Ifrit on command. I don't know if Ifrit will be that pleased to just be carrying things.
I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
Where's the fourth one come from?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No!
The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
Oh, you're freaking kidding me.
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Oh, thank God. I was about to say, I was about to tear you apart.
Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
Alright. Anyways, ready to make good on the promise?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming.
Mid? What's wrong?
Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that.
Yeah.
And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always?
Got my job.
All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command.
Eh?
Sod our plans. I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
Mid.
Proud of you.
Yeah.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
Come along.
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
Alright.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Alrighty. New quests available.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
A new missive been delivered, blah blah blahs. Alright, we reading table. And then something all the way over here. Weird science. I feel like I have to do all the side quests at this point because it feels like something's gonna be unlocked by doing them. Anyways, what's this? Oh, what the heck? Homecoming. I apologize for what happened at Rosalith. I fear I fear what might have been had not you, Gav, and Tolga fought so fiercely. Once again, and you were there when I needed you most, and for that I shall be forever grateful. Seeing the city I had once come to know as my home reduced to flame and rubble has left me with much sadness in my heart. But the time for looking back is beyond us. We must focus on the here and now. Our memories will be waiting for us when this is all through. Desert Alliance. Sid the Second. I trust you will forgive me for putting you and your dear uncle to the test. I'm confident that a man of your position can understand the importance of earning one's trust, especially in times like these. From what it is worth, you have now earned mine, and I can assure you it shall not easily be relinquished. May this be the start of a fruitful relationship. Off the record, I was storming through the highway, alleges I always behest, and might have come across something that might need your attention, and by that I mean immediately. You know where I'll be. Not yet. Dominate right with that hand of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay a visit. The pen is mightier. Jiffy up dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone throw himself back in, judging by the droop of his shoulders lately. So I'm thinking maybe it weren't just the leather that was on his mind. Maybe there are demons jabbing their pitchforks into his privates. I know you're a busy bloke, but next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what he's got so hot and bothered. Assuming it ain't just a forge. Do I have to actually read all these and accept the quests from here? Lady Karen.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
I was about to say, I'm doing this for sure. It also just occurs to me that I can accept them all at once, can't I?
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Payback.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Blacksmith Blues. Well, I want to start with Torgal. Torgal, are you alright? Please.
I got your note.
What's wrong with Torgal?
You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations.
That's me.
I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats.
What?
He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of the mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual.
You okay? What's wrong?
Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
Aww.
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith.
Yeah?
Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Maybe he needs...
Everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Maybe he needs to, like, master this power or something? Hippocrates, is there something that we can do about Torgal?
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
You said his health would be fine. I don't
I
know.
don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite. Which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite.
Eh?
All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient.
So I need something new.
After all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
Okay.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Yeah.
Good hunting, Clive.
Thank you. Alright, next up, before we head out, as much as I would love to just immediately head out and help out Torgal, I know that I should probably grab the rest of these first in case I need to head out for them, which I probably will. Blackthorn.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
Answer the question.
It won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, and you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
Come on.
Just like a dog with a bone.
Come on.
Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
Well, that sounds familiar.
What was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade.
Eh?
The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me. The edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you.
No. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
Yeah.
It's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome.
Yeah.
We can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
Sure a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you.
Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
All right. Karen, this sounds very familiar, but
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
you do
What
not.
do you know about the sword you showed Blackthorn? Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
Yeah.
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are?
Please.
Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now?
I might buy it off him.
If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
Yeah. Wonder what that means, but guess we'll find out. One last thing to check before we head out, which is check out the check out what's up with Gaut. With Gaut.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Gaut. You alright? What's the matter, man?
Clive, did you get my letter?
Why are you whispering?
I'm here.
Shh.
Why are you whispering?
Otto might be listening.
What?
Is this better?
A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the Hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders.
Yeah?
And it's maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. Zero, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's going to take some time, and I'm going to need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I would say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan.
Look at her in the background.
Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen.
God.
Only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
God.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
Yeah.
We don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are.
Eh?
Little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean.
Alright.
I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
And if they're not,
Should be me making the rounds, really.
I got stuff to do anyway, so
This place, orders to bark, asses to wipe, and all that.
I got it.
No. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, at least he's honest about it.
I suppose this is goodbye then.
It's been nice knowing you, got.
I'm sure Karen will understand.
I swear to God.
Do you think so?
No. I don't.
I swear to God, if I come back and he is gone and there's a new guy here. Oh no. Oh, that's not even the last cycle. Well, yeah, I should grab it while I'm here. I can't prioritize it because I've already got 3 and it only allows 3 prioritized. I swear to God, I'm gonna come back and God's gone. And he's never gonna be mentioned ever again.
I think Mid might need some help.
I swear to God.
Well,
You there?
here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
What's up?
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
Sure, but I don't exactly know what you would want, so...
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. Alright. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief.
Bomb
The
ash?
sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream.
Seems good.
So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind.
Seems like a fun kill.
I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame ain't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
Seems fun.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And good hunting, eh?
Thanks. Weird science. Alright, let's first take a look at where on the bounty... Where does the bounty board say this, Bomb King is? Nectar! I need you. Need you to tell me something. Nectar. Bomb?
Are you on for a Bomb King, Kupo? So I have a build that might interest you.
There it is. Bomb King. A Cursebreaker aiming for the Imperial Chase took a wrong turn into a nearby wood, within which she discovered the ruins of a fallen airship, and within them, a beast akin to a great ball of fire that chased her screaming from the grove. The soldier lair identified the creature as an almanac of echoes, but was firm in her insistence that the bomb she saw was near 10 times the size of the one depicted therein. So... Imperial Chase... The Krog of Sandbreak. Alright. So which quest should we start with first? Because we got options here. I guess I could take care of the one that's all by itself. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? That way, it's just over with quickly. Just gotta deliver a single item to Isabel. Actually, it's been a long time since we've seen Isabel. It's been the 5 years time skip since then, so I'm actually curious to see her. After I check something real quick. Excuse me. Sorry. I just choked on water. I just choked on water. Sorry, I was trying to download something. And, I ate some chocolate and then I just wanted to drink some water to get it down my throat.
What am I gonna do without
Anyways, Isabel.
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
It's not...
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion.
Money. Of which I cannot offer you.
Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the Hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive.
What?
I thought you might finally be warming to me.
What?
Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the Hideaway.
Aw.
My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well.
There you go.
Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the Hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
I was just about to say, what?
Long ago. Yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy.
Oh.
And blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done. But it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that.
Well, there's one ruby. Also, I also need to try and remember where exactly did it say for me to go for the bomb? Port is sold. Three reads. Shop rock, amber, blah blah blah. Bone to pick. You know what? I can go here and then get the bone to pick one. Two birds with one stone. Alright. Where... Martha? I got you money.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here.
Yeah.
But it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
Ruby.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Well, too bad.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again.
Yeah.
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to.
Oh, really?
He knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone.
Aw.
And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
Yeah.
He didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you.
Yeah.
I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither.
Is that an insult to him?
You keep good company.
Are you insulting the dead man?
I suppose I do.
Oh well, that's not for me to wonder, I guess.
The stones were delivered. If he's still with us.
I swear to God. I'm going to explode if God is just dead. That's the wrong button. I'm just going to flat out explode if God is dead. Like, that will be where the... I don't know if I want to make that promise, because I can see it happening. Get over here, Ambrosia.
Come on.
We got antelopes on.
Faster.
So hold on. Is Torgal with me? Okay, he still is, it looks like. I also didn't know if he'd be coming because of the whole, you know, side quest, but I guess it's just a side quest. It doesn't really matter. It matters to me, alright. I love him. Run! Gotta make sure I'm going the right way. Hello. Oh boy. Yep. Why the heck is that there, actually? That's a low-level Minotaur.
Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place.
The perfect hiding spot. No more, though. Yeah, over here.
I will find one bigger than that. Hungry, Torgal?
Time to feast. Punch! Enemy slain?
Now,
The bones. You like these?
will it be enough, I wonder?
Bun? No. Look how happy he got.
I'd say that answers my question. Which means we owe the lawsman our thanks.
Alright.
Just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy.
A very good puppy.
You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
No. While I'm here by Cressida, wasn't there mention of one of the notorious marks here? Let me check the. Let me actually check Cressida itself. There's Arachna here. Wrong button. I meant to hit ignition. Well, I never actually did explore here. Maybe there's something hiding here. Chest or something. Again, I just know that I remember hearing something about Cressida in the bulletin board. Oh, there is a chest here. Spools of steel silk. What about this path up here? Seems to lead to its own little arena. I'm curious. If there's going to be a unique monster or anything, it would be back here. Right? Hello? Oh. Yeah, I think we found our friend here. Hello there. Atlas. Oh dear, it's the S rank one. Alright. This is not exactly what I was anticipating. Oh, that is level 45.
Well, it seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right then.
I'm scared! But I'm not giving up! Uh-oh. Ah. Crap! Ugh.
Let's try.
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, those still hurt. Crap. Come on. Okay. Let's just restart from the nearest obelisk. Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, it actually marks it too. Oh. I'm not okay. Anyways, I still gotta remember where it is that it asked me to go for whatchamacallit. The science one. Open the world map. It might be back here. I'm sure if I look at the name of it, I remember. It wasn't Cressida. I'd hope to God it's not Cressida. Bender's Great, Hanged Man, Holy Eye, Holy Hand, Eastwatch, Westwatch, Cape Orsira, Baywatch, Moor, Pence Gate, Unnamed Chapel, Moorfield. If I could just remember. I could just freaking remember. Was it over here? The Spring Waters? It's definitely not over there. The broken bones in my body understand that. The Abbey, Bridge, Quicksand, Quiet Sand, sorry. What about here? I didn't think, whoa, what the heck? There's a lot of place here, what the heck? Whatever, there's still a side quest here that I need to do. Let's do it. Need to stop focusing on the other meaningless little bits and bobs.
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
The same Drake's Fang is gone. The whole Mother Crystal gone.
It is. Hello?
My reputation will be ruined. Ruined!
Hi there, sir.
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac. I beg
Ooh.
before you do yourself a mischief.
Lord Ignac, huh?
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be! Please, allow me to apologize.
That's alright.
His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced. Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant! Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
Alright. Only because you asked nicely.
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He's
Fractious?
been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
Thieves?
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen. Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went.
Yeah.
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them. The bandit's bed. Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamal is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
Alright.
That's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Thank you.
Farewell, and best of luck.
Thanks. Alright. Some more fighting. But a pleasure. Where's the best way to get there? Chocobo is the best way to get there. Who knows, maybe I'll even come across one of the notorious marks that I need to find. Because there are a couple that sound like they were in the desert.
Run like the wind.
Move! Go, Torgal! Yeah, we have to run to the opposite end of the desert. You know, I wonder. I noticed you can glide with these with a chocobo, like this. Is there any reason to do so, or is it just, I don't know, there? Like, is there an advantage to gliding? Like, is it faster if I do this? I don't know. I can't really tell, to be honest with you. Ah, the sands. Do you think these would be fun to slide on?
Time to fight.
Oh, the scorpions. Like, just take like a sled or something and just slide along the sands. I feel like it'd be fun. Hello there! I'm going to relieve you of everything you have. Bedmaker? That's me. Innkeeper. Nope. Nope. Down. Garuda! Flames of rebirth. See ya. Alrighty. So, this is what was stolen?
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Dalamel.
Sounds good. Are you gonna teleport me back to Dalamel? Yes, you will. I got your stuff back.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects.
I do.
What
You
shall
do.
I call you, my good man?
Live.
Wyvern.
Oh, I guess Wyvern.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Radim here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
How'd you make the sword?
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one.
You have any idea about it?
Drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does.
Oh.
Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow.
Huh.
There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
How curious.
Such an edge.
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more.
So just a lot of sharp.
Stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key. The secret ingredient.
Curious.
Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards.
Eh?
The very stone of which I spoke.
Ooh.
Far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself.
This'll do nicely.
Far more fitting payment.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
And there are many other collectors out there.
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield.
Oh.
And is a perennial thorn in my side.
Huh.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I can too.
Well, Wyvern, may our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
You know, maybe it was a good thing we didn't say our name.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance.
Yeah.
Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Oh, Uncle. What the kind of stuff do you get yourself into?
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival.
Eh.
Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Maybe they can have hopefully they have a fun competition with it at least. Alright, I think for now, let's go ahead and head back. I still have to do the other thing, the one where I go out and kill the Bomb King or whatever it's called. But let's first get these guys their things first. First of all, Torgal got his appetite back, Karen.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
You could say that.
Why am I Clive? Too many times has this happened now.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh?
He's a big boy.
Teach me for treating you like you're still a pup.
He's a big boy. You need big bone.
All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after. I can see about getting some in.
All right.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
Well, it's a bit more of 5 for later, but hey, it'll keep him tied over until you can get an actual supply.
You can, eh? I'm nice like that.
Eh.
In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Yeah. Let's first check out you, though. Blackthorn.
Sorry for the wait. But hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword, then?
I'll do you one better. Yeah. I got you this. A whetstone.
A whetstone? Yes. But not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh?
Yeah.
It'd be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the Cursebreakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me.
Ooh.
There'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the Cursebreakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. No point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil.
Fair enough.
Finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine. Now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valesthian steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
There we go.
Sure Curse Breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
We need you.
Don't you worry about me, Sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it.
A pleasure.
I know you won. August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
You'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
Sounds good. Quest complete. Blacksmith's Blues too. Excalibur. Ooh. A sword of legend, if you will. What might one need if they wish to craft such a sword of legend?
Back, are ya? Sangfordian, do you?
Wyrite, Grimalkin Hide, and Balm Ember. Both of which are from other enemies. I might be able to get this right now. I think well, obviously there's an enemy called Grimalkin and a Balm Ember? Maybe even the Bomb King, or whatever it's called. That might be for the Bomb King. Anyways, next up, Harpocrates. I must thank you for helping give our resident dog better bones.
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
Easily.
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Aw.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
Yeah?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought, but one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone, and while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
It's not Fenrir?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty.
A combination.
That number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
He's a good boy. Quest complete. So it seems like Torgal's kind of, basically, like, getting a little bit of power from each, like, dominant we kill. Slightly increases Torgal's attack potency. Huh. That is interesting, though. That's kind of like that he's basically getting a little bit of everything. He's worked with Cid, he's worked with us, of course, he's worked with Jill, he's worked with Joshua.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Mid?
Good. Still alive, I see.
Surprisingly.
So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
That's curious.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
Alright, let's see if we can't do it. While I'm here, let me read this again. Nectar, tell me about the bomb sighting once more. The Croc and Sandbreak. Okay. Well, there's Atlas. And I'll need to go to this one. Kateri and Dhalmekia. Alright. First, let's see if we can't get Karen to take this stupid stone. Karen! Take the stone!
Lady Karen, Goad tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you like me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you?
I mean...
Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not.
Alright, fine. Very well. Whatever you say.
Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby.
Ask Otto.
One, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might
Really?
be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
Well, go. The debt's paid, sort of.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones.
It was kind of difficult. Not in the way you'd expect, though.
I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, wait, is this...
It was the only goblet Sid ever used.
Yeah.
Either out of habit, or because the filthy sod couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
Yes.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Otto?
Died. 20 summers, give or take.
Quite a while.
I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to... I forget where. But having nothing better to do on the long nights, we set up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family? were the ones who summoned the constable.
God.
The monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him. Forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own.
Otto.
Who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth.
Oh. Oh. A cutscene? Huh.
He was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. But it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone.
Karen, Tarja, and Kenneth.
Stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that.
It's not your fault.
Ignore
Don't.
me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man.
No. Otto.
Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
What's this?
This is Sid's handwriting.
Eh? What's this?
Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
Sid.
This note.
Have you seen it?
What about it?
Read it.
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went.
Otto.
Then why would he? Him or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off.
It's alright.
You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather go at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
before you go,
Eh?
Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But that's...
This'll do me just fine.
Sid's goblet.
Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Not a problem. Yeah. What a sweet side quest. What the heck? That wasn't part of the main story? Sid's goblet. According to Otto, Sid never once washed his goblet, despite using it every day for both wine and small beer. Oh, I would say I'm a poor host. Heh. Never was he? Alright. One more time I want to have a look over. So, the Croc and Sambrique. And you. The Cattery and Dalmekia. So, Sambrique. The Croc. Where exactly would I be looking to go then? For the Croc. All I know is it said Sambrique. But I'm not really seeing anything saying the Croc. Nothing indeed. What else does it say? Nectar! I need help! First bigger aiming for the Imperial Chase. Took a wrong turn to a nearby wood. Discovered the ruins of a fallen airship. Forest and fallen airship. Imperial Chase. Forest, fallen airship. You know, I haven't checked here yet. Hey.
Look at this.
Give them builders. I want to go over here. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to go for the side quest, but I want to check it. It's a new area after all. Or rather, an area that I have not yet explored. Could be it. Could not. Never know until I look, though. It does go into the forest. Maybe this is what I'm looking for. Maybe it is. Nope. The Advent.
All right.
Well, I'm not seeing anything here, unfortunately, so this doesn't look to be it. Gregor's Weep. There is a spot over here. I'm just trying to think about where it would be. I guess I can try here. Will I still be on my chocobo? Nah. Ay, ay, ay.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
I'm gonna find it. I found it. It is over here. The archaeology. There it is. It's a spot. It's this route that I never took. Yep, this is 100% it. It does make me wonder, is there fast travel over here? Eh? It forced me off, interestingly. Black blood. Could have sworn I saw something back there, but... Well, on the bright side, I've at least found out where I'm supposed to go for this, because right here. Alright, let's see what the Bomb King's like. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Just occurs to me that I have not saved in forever. Alright. I see you. It looks small, though. Alright. Never mind. The Bomb King. Bring it, buddy.
Look what we have here. Greetings, Your Majesty.
There's no stagger gauge for this thing. I'm also scared to get close to it in fear of it exploding. Feel the wind! Wyton. There's more! Okay. Whew. Are you kidding me? Crap! Fudge! Damn it.
Nice try.
Get out of the way! Oh, there's a lot of you! Too many! Crap! Oh. Notorious Mark slain. Holy moly. Bomb Ember. That's what I wanted.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. I should probably have brought a bucket.
Wouldn't a bucket of melt?
This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more.
That
should do it.
Before we head back, wrong button. Before we head back, one last thing. Somewhere in the desert is the other thing I'm looking for. Shoot, I've already forgotten the name of it. Gosh dang it. Was it Gilded Path? There was a unique monster somewhere in here. It's probably somewhere back here. Let's go look for it. Alright, we ride! So I'm gonna check out this spot over here where like the map kind of opens up, or fades away, I guess. I need to get that one enemy so I can make that Excalibur weapon. Seems like it might be handy. I'm going in. Draco's Deep. I mean, if I run around long enough, I'm sure to find it, I feel. Still, I never went back here. Scarlet Scorpions, maybe why. Some more bombs. Some desert roses. Maybe this way? Again, for all I know, I could be completely wrong on all this. And in all seriousness, I probably am. I'm still gonna look, though. If I could just remember it. I do kind of wish the game had, like, some way of remembering. Like, you look at, like, maybe you can take one of the bulletin requests with you just so you have it on mine at all times. Oh? Wait, what the heck? Monolith? What the heck is this?
Be safe.
This is new. What's this? Why is this here?
It's the same as the one back at the hideaway.
Yeah. What's this do?
Doesn't seem to be working though.
Oh. Hmm. Oh well. At the very least, I'll be pretty certain when I see what I'm looking for. It's pretty distinct to look for an enemy. Let's try this way. Just keep running, Ambrosia! Is that it? No, it's not, surprisingly.
No mistakes.
That's just a basic enemy, somehow. Abandoned fishing village. Game? I didn't ask for that!
This must have been a fishing village. Before everyone left.
Come on! Guess I'll take you on. Not exactly what I was intending to do, but so be it. I will take your stuff, though. Seems the path continues down here, at least. It said it was a C rank enemy too, so why would a C rank enemy be all the way out here? Can I get my chocobo back?
Let's go.
Let us ride! At this point, I'm just exploring. Hold the thoughts. Hold the thoughts. We got something a bit strange back here.
All right.
We just got like a whole open field here. I don't think that's the target, but it's certainly something. Helgaroo? That's definitely not what I'm looking for. Okay! I'm out of here! Nope! I can teleport. You can't. See ya. I'm free! I'm sorry, Ambrosia. She's fine. Anyways, next up to look is back here. Because evidently they were not back there. At least I don't think they were. I should probably just move it right here, I just realized. Because, you know, what I'm surprised though, that didn't hurt me. I got hit, but that didn't hurt me at all. I guess maybe being on a chocobo gives you like one free survival hit before actually having to fight. Because I took no damage from that.
Right.
Which, very surprising. I will say I did get jump scared by it just suddenly attacking. Oh well. Let's try this way. Actually, this is the way that, this is where we went for... with Uncle to get the stolen supplies back.
No holding back.
Hey? No! Stop! Let's try a different tactic. Instead of going that way twice in a row, let's go a different way. Instead, I notice there's a pathway this way. Let's head there. Should I go back and just look? Yes. Do I want to? Nah. Not really. Not while I'm already here. Should I probably just look it up? Nah. There's a lot of things that I should do. But where's the fun in that, alright? Where's the fun in that? The fun is that I don't waste time. That's the fun. Eh, on the bright side though, I do get to... Wait a minute, wasn't there a unique enemy back here? Hang on. Wait, no. I was already down here, though. No. That's something different. Maybe. Whatever, I'm going this way. Even more area that I haven't seen before. With plenty of enemies, too. It's the Cattery! That's the one! That's the... Oh, it's the Cattery! It's the Cattery! I knew as soon as I'd seen it that I'd know I'd remember it. It's back here. Yep, it was the Cattery. I recognize the name now. Come on. Run, Ambrosia! Almost there. Just keep running, my friend! Here we are. Yep, there it is. The Grimalkin. Get down here, buddy.
Playtime for the pack, is it? Let me introduce you to
Crush. Get over here. How many of these guys are there? Enough. Is that all? Are you ready? Come on. The Grimalkin. Scrap. Ow. Savage. Crap. No! Down! Crush!
Waken wins!
Nope. Come on. Punch! Nope. Nope. See ya. Huh. Done dusted. There it is.
That wasn't too bad, was it, Torgal?
Thank you, Torgal. All right. I think we're good to go back now. Gotta deliver the bomb, but first... I need some stuff.
So, will it be?
Excalibur.
No scratches, right?
Alright, alright. Oh boy.
Fine.
A beautiful new sword.
Crystal too? You're joking.
It's no joke.
Whilst I'm here, Karen.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. If
Well,
you're gonna
don't
ask
just
something
stand
quick
there.
about it.
Anything of intrigue? Shallow Whispers. Increases ability points earned during normal encounters. Increases experience earned. Increases gil earned. Jeez, oh Pete's, what?
You'll not find a better price than
I mean, I'll take these.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Might be fun for later. Get a whole bunch of crafting materials here too if I need them. Give me
You'll
that.
not find a better price than that.
Alright. Now, let's go ahead and turn this to Wayne, and then finally, after so freaking long, we can go show Mid at her father's grave. Mid, just wait a little bit longer, please. I will be right with you. It is simply the case that one of your workers, helpers, peoples sent me on a goose chase that got me stuck into a lot of different things. Oh well.
All right there, Sid?
Sort of.
How's that hunt for the bomb ash going?
Done.
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Alembic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let nothing say otherwise. Right then. Let's get this contraption up and running.
So this is gonna do anything for me? Ooh. So what's it do for again?
We have it.
It's like a...
Telemon Alembic. And it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which, I still haven't returned the favor.
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly. Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in. Reckon I could work some magic on that.
Yeah?
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest leather supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. Ah, I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
Well, it can't hurt to try, I suppose.
More space!
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo.
More bag space? Let's see you do your work, buddy. I screwed up and now you have less space.
Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
Alright. Quest complete. Weird science. Treated potion satchel. Necessary for increasing consumable inventory capacity. Inventory increased? Heck yeah. I will gladly take more space for stuff. Potions can now hold 6, high potions 4, strength tonics 3, and stone tonics 3. I am very pleased with this development. That was incredibly worthwhile to do. An extra potion might be the difference between life and death. Alright then. Finally, we can leave. Except we can't. You know I have to grab this first.
How may I help you today, Clive?
The bear's plight. Few are those who would strive to lighten the burden borne by the crystals cursed. But if we are to survive the coming storm, we must stand together, bearer and brother, as you have shown us. A friend in Northreach.
All yours.
Thank you.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Thank you. I'll do.
All right, Clive. Asterix.
Good.
You'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave.
Yeah?
No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
Yeah.
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Mid!
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
Mid! Where's Mid?
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry and all, are ya? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you.
Eh?
Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Yeah.
Don't mention it.
What's this?
Tidings, Uncle.
My dear boy, my joy to Canva has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strong box with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings-on in the three cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I, for one, believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Anvarian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. And if rumor has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guildmasters are rapping at our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those that might mean your little fellowship ill, and warn us of any impending attack. I trust that you will give this proposal your full consideration. Your loving uncle.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
Alright. Gav it is then. Can you do it? Please?
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
Sounds like it.
Seems that way.
Sorry.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
Oh.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Yeah.
I will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me.
Thanks, Otto.
Give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
But of
Oh,
course.
by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's
Jill?
got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
Alright.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Jill hasn't been one to lie. Oh. Oh. Sid's legacy. The dust long settled, the little remains of the once bustling refuge many called home. Ah. Sid's legacy. Hmm.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. But if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Cooker is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
Aww.
May we join you?
Yeah. Jill, Goots, Karen.
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
Aww. The pedals.
It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The Blight marches on. And soon, there'll be no escaping sights like these.
So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them.
Yep.
The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's Tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
Yep.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place.
Well.
Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
Alright.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Eh?
Goots.
Why?
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
Huh.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You break me bones, you great galoot.
Aw.
There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and
He's so happy.
It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way.
Sounds good.
It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen.
Glad to have you with us, Goot.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Buckland.
So let me go.
Me poor fingers.
Well, you're with me.
Yeah.
Understood.
And Gav.
Already on my way, Captain.
Thank you.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Somewhat. And now we split.
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Aw. I love Goots just humming. Aw. That was a sweet little scene. I love that. Oh. Interesting. That's still in the direct, like, still in, like, the map of, yeah, here. That needs cleft. Eastern Dalmekia. Hey, Torgal. Good boy. Let's get going. Onward.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Talia.
I'm glad to hear it.
Do not overexert yourself.
In you, boy.
No. Why is there a fast travel right there? I can use a chocobo, by the way. Hello, Ambrosia.
Run like the wind.
Go!
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Yeah? I just realized something. I got a lot of points. Maybe I should increase limit break. I don't know why it never occurred to me to do that. It just never did. Oh, we got a side quest here.
So what do you think?
You deserve a rest.
We'd be lucky to make it out alive.
What's up?
Really? It's as bad as that? Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
What about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task? Oh, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out.
What's up?
Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out?
Sure.
Chances are they'll come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Suppose he's alright.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on those broad shoulders.
We're lucky you came along. Now, hoping to make a heavy purse in Boklad, our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much as it would carry.
Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No. You can leave the cart to us. You just put an end to those bandits and point us in the right direction. You do that, we'll take care of the rest.
Works for me. Get cart. Get cart. Thank you, game. I will.
Trust those two. But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take it.
Look lively, you lot. You've got guests.
These must be our bandits.
That was lucky. Down. Crush. Wind. See ya. Thank you, Jill. Enemy slain.
That's them dealt with.
All right.
No. Where's that cart?
Break. There it is.
Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
Seems we've found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
All right.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here.
You guys have gone about this the most suspicious way possible, but all right.
It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
What?
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
What? Okay. I don't understand, but okay. Have a good day, question mark? I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Ambrosia! He makes Shreks!
Faster!
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold, at least.
Hopefully.
The path continues on the other side.
Run by! We're almost out of here. Are we finally leaving the desert? Whoa. Well, isn't that beautiful? The final sin.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined.
It's beautiful.
I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominants and bearers.
Yeah.
To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominants and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men.
Yeah.
Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Is that such a bad thing?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
And we'll have to keep our wits about us.
Yeah?
Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
What did I see? Oh boy. Meanwhile, a storm rages. Seat of the Imperial Court.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
All you're doing is having the kid play with a flower.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
That?
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it.
He doesn't
And
speak.
I can think of none better suited to the task.
I don't know if
There
the
is
kid's
other news,
bad, but it's just...
Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god.
What?
The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greeker, made flesh.
Dion, just turn into Bahamut and destroy it all.
Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces.
Stop making him fight.
It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
Oh.
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths.
Oh, the
regarding
asshole.
the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
Thank you.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sambrek, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch!
You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting.
Oh, you can
with
speak.
silly old men. They're so boring.
I agree. Again, I don't even...
Hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
I don't even know if the kid's bad. He's just doing what he's told.
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
What a bastard.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
It astounds me that these people can think they can just talk to these people who can summon godlike powers at will. For all what I know, Dion could just turn to Bahamut and crush the castle by existing.
Need to hug the coast.
You could be dead in a matter of seconds. You would be dead before you even knew it. So why do you keep taunting him?
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well-trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end.
Like, I understand there are conditions being met to where Dion doesn't feel like he can do it, like, can just freely attack back. But don't you think if you drive someone close enough to insanity, they'll do something bad?
And they're all making for the Crystalline Dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
It's like, you push him hard enough, he's not gonna care at some point, somehow. The Booklet Markets.
This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
Hopefully.
What do you think, girl? Is it time we took to the Crystal Road ourselves?
Chocobo.
This is everything.
Let me carry your goods.
Oh, hey, fast travel.
Out of my sight, wretch.
Goots? Where are you? Bucklad Markets.
Wonders from across the water. Come one, come all. Feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
Bread.
How much? For a measly crust of bread?
You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
No bread. Hmm?
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the Crystalline Dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
Yeah.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an exception for the likes of you?
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go in and find Good, shall we?
Yeah. We need our man.
He must be around here somewhere.
Taste my peaches.
Peaches. Goods. My man.
Oh, Good. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
What?
Slow down, Goods. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone.
Uh-oh.
We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in my pocket a minute ago. Then a bairn bumped into me and... Yeah. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
Yeah?
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where! I've got a pal in Bocklad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
Alright.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure no one else is missing.
Sounds good.
We'll meet you there.
Alright. Of course, getting in can't be that easy.
Let's keep an eye out for this red chocobo, then.
And the other on our purses.
What's next to the check?
The children are thieving again. A red chocobo. Ah, there we are.
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Oh, we're not here for that.
Then I bid you good day.
Do you know Goots?
Wait! Don't go, El! He's me mate!
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Bocklad?
Hey, yeah.
I gather Lady Karen didn't send you.
How do you know, so you seem to also be familiar with our resistance thing.
So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then
Please.
we can be on our way.
We can trade some candy. Or something. Chocolate?
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either.
Nope. Is that an important note?
Not that anyone would take you for traders. But
That's fair.
I suppose that's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
Okay. course, let's hear it.
Ever since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no.
Meh.
Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots' pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand.
Let me help.
Will you stand with us?
Gladly.
We want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and 2 birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion, Goots?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait.
I'm good.
But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
All right. We'll help.
Thank you kindly. But I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Eloise.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
Eh? Seal obtained. You accept the crimson collar from Eloise.
The proprietor of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend.
How many,
I suggest
like...
that you speak with him first.
How many seals am I wearing?
Understood.
To catch a thief. Alright. Starting off. Over here. No use for Brandon can fill my cup. If I hop, it feels quicker, right? Not really, but that's what I'm going to tell myself.
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah, Eloise collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
Hey!
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
Alright.
You won't find anything of this quality inside.
You there!
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I interest you? Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
Yeah.
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
Probably.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
Sounds good.
All right then. Questioning children. How hard can that be?
Very.
Come, taste my peaches!
Come taste my peaches, scowling child.
Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Anything you grown-ups ever ask us to do is shut up and go away. So guess what I'm about to tell you to do?
Sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Well, that worked nicely. You there?
Do you have a moment?
Hey.
What do you want?
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
You get thrown in trouble.
For it.
Jail, I might say.
You know what to tell them.
Well, at least stop the kid from doing it.
Caravan stops next to the check.
You there?
Excuse me.
What do you want? I don't have any money.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
Yeah.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Take care.
Come on, come on!
Come on, come on, come.
Peaches and pears.
Peaches and... How many times have I heard the word peaches? Swear to God, this feels like what happened after the Mario movie release and everyone couldn't stop talking about the freaking peaches. Stop talking about peaches.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
You there?
That big fat donkey was easy pickings.
Oh.
He wouldn't have noticed if we'd robbed his boots off him.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Really now?
Fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
You're right.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now.
What do we do?
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Hunter, where are you going?
So that was Hunter, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
I just want to talk.
He can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do.
I just want to talk. I just want to talk.
Did you see a boy run past? He stole something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the Chocobo pen, but...
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're cornered.
Oh, shit. Cornered.
It's all right, Hunter. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
Why you steal?
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Call themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hansa.
Mm-hmm.
You found him then?
Yeah, he's right here.
Where are the other two?
Eloise is watching over them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him!
I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gil, me and my mates would have starved.
Torgal? Uh-oh. We got company.
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
I think we got a misunderstanding, buddy.
Don't hurt him.
Eh? Who is he? You know him?
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo?
Theo?
Goots. What are you doing with these people? Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Oh.
Your sister?
Eloise? Yeah, I as I said, you got the wrong people. Well, you've got the right people, but you
Eloise
saw them as the
didn't tell us she
wrong?
had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just a back and a blade.
What?
Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Eh.
Theodore, what do you know of the Cast Stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends hadn't agreed to work for the Stones, some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it?
Yeah.
And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
Yeah. Quest complete. Catch a thief. Now to catch the bigger thieves.
Oh.
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the Carstones and we crush them. You get your trader's pass back, and I make Boklad a safe place again.
I like it. But how do we find them?
All right then.
Do you know where they are?
Hansa, where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Leitney's Cleft.
Alright.
To Leitney's Cleft, then.
Blood from the Stones.
Leitney's Cleft is to the south, past the camp.
Is he a party member? He is indeed. Well, he's a guest. Close enough. Better not skip. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff on the side.
Daddy.
You know what? Yeah. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end it for today. Because there is a couple things I want to play outside of this. I might be able to get one more recording out depending on conditions, but if not, well, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and See you later. Peace!